Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Yes, yes. Yes, I can hear you. Do you hear me? Yes, yes, yes.
Skill and Innovation for Sustainable Development ICEVB 2025.
After a truly enlightening first day filled with inspiring talks, thoughtful deliberations, and academic exchange, we gather again with renewed enthusiasm and curiosity to embark on another day of meaningful discussions and ideas that shape the future.
To begin today's proceedings, we are truly privileged to have among us two eminent academicians, researchers, and thoughtful leaders whose works continue to make a significant impact in the field of development economics and public policy. Professor Narayan Chandra Naik sir from the Indian Institute of Kharagpur and Professor Dr. Damodar Jena sir, Director R&D He holds a PhD from Utkal University and has been associated with the IIT Kharagpur since the year 2000. Over the years, he has contributed immensely to the fields of development economics, macroeconomic analysis, and public policy.
His research explores some of the most crucial issues of our time, including employment intensity of growth, human and infrastructure development, rural livelihood, public service delivery, social protection, financial inclusion, and climate resilience.
He has authored numerous research papers in reputed national and international journals, and his work has been widely recognized for its empirical growth and policy relevance. He has also collaborated with esteemed organizations such as UNDP, ICAR, ICSSR, and various ministries of the Government of India, contributing to impactful projects on development, welfare schemes, and social inclusion.
As a teacher and mentor, Professor Naik has guided several PhD and postgraduate scholars, fostering a spirit of inquiry and excellence in research. His vision and leadership as the head of the Department of Education at IIT Kharagpur reflect his deep commitment to advancing interdisciplinary learning and educational innovation.
With his vast academic experience and deep understanding of India's development landscape, Professor Nayak has been a guiding light for both students and policymakers alike.
Today, he joins us to deliver the first talk of day two to enrich our knowledge on entrepreneurship for the Viksit Bharat, the roads traveled, and the ways forward. His insights will undoubtedly enrich our understanding and inspire further discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in extending a warm and respectful round of applause for Professor Nayan Charanmaster from IIT.
You can begin, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible? Yes, sir. You are audible. Yes, there was some noise earlier. I hope it would be fine now if I speak. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. So let me share my screen. Would you please tell me how much time are you going to give me? I think, sir, you have another 1 hour or 40 minutes, sir. Okay, fine, fine. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Sir, 20 minutes. So you can extend the maximum till 20 to 25 minutes, sir. Maximum? How much you said? 25 minutes, sir. 25 minutes. Okay, okay, fine, fine. Okay. Yes, sir. So is my screen visible now? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so let me first beg your apology for not being there in person. I tried my best, but because of some other preoccupations, I couldn't make it. I'm extremely sorry for that, and I'm glad to see Professor Jena being there. It would have been much, kind of, and I would have enjoyed being there if I had been there with Professor Jena to share the dais right there itself. Uh, However, maybe some other time I'll try to make it. So I sincerely apologize to the organizers, and particularly Dr. Gyana, who had been after me since last many days, but I couldn't make it finally. But I'm trying to do whatever little justice I can do through this online platform. So I shall be basically giving a kind of a small uh, talk on entrepreneurship for the Viksit Bharat, the roads traveled and the ways forward. And I would just be sharing a few thoughts of mine based on the experiences India has been onto, what exactly India has done till date, and what are the ways forward. And it's partly based on our own research, but I believe that there are many other speakers, including Professor Jena, who who might have already shared their thoughts on this topic. As I have been told that I should restrict it to 25 minutes. I'll try my best. You please remind me if I'm exceeding time. It's already 10:24, so maybe by 10:50 I'll finish up my deliberation. So let me come to the topic. As you all know, the agenda of our Prime Minister is to make India a developed country by 2047, and we have already come on to a mission mode of taking of measures of the Viksit Bharat at 2047. And we are really heading towards that because India is set to become the third largest economy by 2030 and possibly before that. And if you look at the agenda of the Viksit Bharat 2047, it basically envisions a development primarily focusing on growth with sustainability. What I mean by sustainability is environmental sustainability, but at the same time, it must guarantee good governance and social progress. That means there must also be social inclusion when we go for achieving the desired growth. But in this journey, entrepreneurship should occupy and rather must occupy the center stage. Otherwise, we possibly will miss the bus. So, and for that, there is a need for a transformative shift from typically what we have been observing from a service-dominated economy to one driven by innovation, startups, and self-reliance. As you know that India's, when you look at India's GDP, shared across sectors, primarily I'm talking about the three broad sectors. As you know that service sector continues to contribute the maximum, even close to 50%, whereas two other sectors, they combinedly don't even reach 50%. So that's the biggest challenge for India to achieve the desired growth to become a developed country by 2047. So, and for that, what is necessary is innovation and the support to innovation. The startup culture which has been already developed in the country is to be promoted, and also the mission of Atmanirbhar Bharat, which our Prime Minister has been talking about, and we are going in that particular direction. So, and at the core of all these lies India's youth to contribute to this process. And as you know, India is currently reaping the benefits of the demographic dividend. Even China, we have been much better than China, despite being almost same in terms of population, because of our more working age population, and particularly the youths. We have the potential. We have already become the agents, and we need to become the beneficiaries of change. So that is what, in fact, when you talk about the entrepreneurship, it is the youth will have to take the lead, and they not only they would become the agents, they should also be the beneficiaries of this change that we like to achieve or that we have already ventured into. So for the next 25 to 30 years, as you all know, India will be leading the youth population workforce, no matter what challenges they face, be it the challenge the Trump administration is giving when it comes to H-1B visa or any other thing that we talk about. We have unlimited opportunities for our youth, and more so in the country itself, within the country itself. Now they are to be kind of streamlined to get into the entrepreneurship, so that the very idea of Viksit Bharat is materialized. Why then? The question is why entrepreneurship matters. If you look at today's scenario, India has about 6.44 crore MSMEs, providing about 26 crores employment. So it's not a small feat, and we like to further go beyond this to achieve much more success on MSME front, so that would be, because that is a sector which has the potential to create more employment opportunities. India being a populous country, having more youths around to seek jobs, along with aspiring to become entrepreneurs, it is very much necessary that we take care of MSME sector because that would be the drivers of growth. Over 1.5 lakh startups currently make India one of the top startup ecosystems. So we are maybe the countries which are ahead of us are USA, UK, China, and so on. A few other countries, but not many. We are sometimes fifth or sixth, depending upon the year we talk about. And entrepreneurship in this journey has a phenomenal impact, as you keep observing, on the growth and employment. We see that the startups have been creating good amount of employment for the youths around the country. And also one very important thing that we observe is that our India's innovative enterprises embody a wave of transformations. And what are those transformations we are coming across? They are the transformations in the field of digital innovation, transformations in the field of skill development, the number of engineers you produce per year, the all kinds of other skill sets we are able to impart to the people and particularly the youths, and also the technological progress in all fronts, that including the digital platforms we have created for the financial inclusion and all that. So these are all certain things which have made us realize that India can achieve its potential to become a developed country by 2047. And what is the current status, particularly in the on startup front? That we obviously have observed a rise in the startup ecosystem in the country. If we look at the current statistics, there are about 69 unicorns having a total investment of, or the valuation of $164 billion. And in terms of the number of unicorns, India is the third on the global stage. But we are not close to the giants that are there around, be it USA, which is having 712 unicorns today with $2.9 trillion of the investment. And China is having 157, not very close to USA, but it is much ahead of India. But we are now third. There are countries like Japan, Germany are much behind us. But then we should not be complacent about this. We have the potential to make it rise, and for that we need to do a lot. And if we look at the sectors we have made some dents, we have already created a mark, are the fintech sector, which is one of the most significant sectors where we have made a mark, be it UPI that you talk about, be it the other fintech farms we talk about, like Zerodha. If I am talking about unicorns in particular, Zerodha, Razor Play, Grow, and all that. Similarly, e-commerce sector, the EdTech, health tech, and even art tech sectors. You see lots of unicorns around. So that shows that tells the success story of India's startup ecosystem, and particularly the unicorns. And there are also quite a few government schemes in place which are helping the startup ecosystem to rise. Be it the Startup India, Stand Up India, Mudra Yojana, Digital India, Make in India, and so on. All these are directed towards enhancing our capabilities towards promoting startup ecosystem in the country. And we have been also trying to reduce the compliance burden. And also recently some measures have been undertaken to make sure that there is decriminalization of minor technical or procedural defaults among the startups, because people are not aware, the startup companies are not aware of the certain minor and technical procedural issues for which they have been penalized in the past. The government in recent years has tried to decriminalize these aspects. Having said that, what we observe is that India ranks still 38 in the global innovation index. There are still 37 countries ahead of us. That's not a good sign. So, but what is good about it is that we were 81st in 2015, now we have become 38. But Having said that, as because there has been an improvement from 81st to 38, we have seen a huge technological leap. And here, the role of the IT, digital payments, mobile penetration, all these have played a huge role. And also, we have seen emergence of Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, even as startup hubs across the country. And India currently ranks third in tech startup funding after the US and UK. This is not an easy or a small feat. And there are quite a few visible social impacts as well. We see there are startups being led by women, and there are also quite a few rural entrepreneurs. There has been growth of social enterprises and green startups that is becoming a reality today. And also at the same time, there has been some improvement in the ease of doing business, which I shall talk about, little later. And there has also been a surge in incubators and accelerators, and in several. And we have been trying to even promote them, kind of create a space for them in academic institutions now. Okay, through some industry academic collaborations. But there are many challenges. India ranked 63rd in the ease of doing business. There has been a phenomenal improvement over time from more than 100 at some point in time. We have been now 63rd, but it's not a good sign for a country like India, which is aspiring to become the third largest, which is going to be the third largest economy of the world and would become a developed country through the startup ecosystem. So, where we falter, we perform poorly in starting a business, providing support, and setting complex process of registering a property. These are certain things that you observe as far as the particularly business, starting a business is concerned. There is also another important issue or a challenge we have been observing in a country like India. There is a difficulty in transition to scaling. There are many young entrepreneurs who find it difficult to transition themselves, their businesses from intent to action. Okay, and it could be because of lack of funding. Sometimes there are also issues of the support from the mentors. There is a lack of mentors at the right time. So these are certain challenges India is currently facing. And one interesting fact I would like to share with you all is that it's all fine that we are creating startups, but then ironically, about 80 to 90% of our startups do not even survive beyond 5 years. Only about 10% survive beyond 10 years. And the reasons are many, and the prominent ones are inadequate funding. Sometimes it's the lack of leadership, and that also includes the lack of mentors to support the leaders, the startup leaders I'm talking about, and also the products they venture into, which turn out to be outdated. By the time they enter into the market, they see that those products have become outdated. And also, we see in a country like India, yet another challenge is the disparities across cities and states. When it comes to the unicorns operating or the startups operating, regardless of their status. Bengaluru, as you know, that is the leading player in the startup ecosystem, including unicorns, followed by Delhi NCR region, then Mumbai. They take the lion's share. And in terms of, if you look at the number of startups, you can see Maharashtra alone has about more than 28,000 startups. Karnataka has about 25,000 startups, Delhi 16,000, UP, it's a much bigger state, but in terms of number, it has 15,000 startups. But look at a state like Odisha, our own state, or Bihar or Andhra Pradesh, they have not even gone beyond 3,000. Even not reached 3,000. And there are a few key visible deterrents. The one is the inadequate access to credit, particularly at the early stage of the startup. And Despite the fact that government has been trying, there have been schemes to ensure that there are no hiccups in the beginning, particularly from the point of view of regulations. There are regulatory complexities and bureaucratic red tapes we still keep facing when it comes to actual action. And one major challenge is the skilling and education gaps that we are observing, particularly in rural and semi-urban areas. Maybe in the urban areas, we don't have much of those challenges. But when it comes to undertaking startup in the rural and semi-urban areas, we have a huge gap in terms of meeting the kinds of the skills available and the kinds of skill set required. And there is also infrastructure bottlenecks, and there is a digital divide, be it in terms of connectivity and all that we talk about. And over and above all these, one of the major visible challenges we come across in a country like India is the risk aversion attitude on the part of the people, particularly the youth, to undertake the risk of doing a business on their own. And there is a failure stigma attached to that if I fail, how the society will treat us. So that is something, because it is a cultural trait. In fact, this is what we have also tried in one of our studies. And we have seen that this is one of the predominant factors why people stay away from undertaking the business. And if we look at, I would give a very brief outline of what exactly we observe in a cross-country perspective. There are quite a few factors I'd like to highlight here, and particularly some such things we have also tried in our studies, we have found out in our own research. In fact, one of the things that I'm presenting is a paper recently accepted. So I'm just citing a few, and it was a study on a cross-country study. So we compared the developed countries with the developing ones, taking a sample of about 50 different countries, and we found many interesting things. One is what I was just referring to is the investor sentiment, which is all about the behavioral expectations of individuals. And typically that is being measured by an index called Business Confidence Index. As you know, we all are aware of. Each country is ranked according to the Business Confidence Index, and we see that is one of the key drivers of the entrepreneurship in any country of the world, and it has a significant bearing on the success or the failure of the business. And so basically what you see, how we can kind of argue, substantiate this particular point is that when the market stays bullish, investors feel motivated to pour in more money, and opposite happens when market becomes bearish. So it's about, they study the market, they respond to that, typically the way the retail investors respond to the stock price changes. We see that the investors, be it in the startup ecosystem or otherwise, they wait and watch. When the market is bullish, they only get motivated to invest, otherwise they don't. And that is something which matter more than the typical fundamental factors we talk about, like for example GDP, inflation, or the market openness, trade, and all those things we talk about. Among all these factors, the most important, these are all fundamental factors I'm talking about. But investor sentiment turns out to be one of the most important behavioral factors today the researchers have been talking about. And all said and done, if investor sentiment is not positive, it is not improving, possibly you cannot attract more investment in the country. The second one, and which is also equally important, is the improved institutional quality. Unless we ensure improved institutional quality, we fail or we possibly fail to create a business, a kind of a startup ecosystem, or improve the entrepreneurship culture in the country. So how do we measure institutional quality? It can be measured through the governance, the types of governance you are providing, what is happening to the corruption. Is it that there is no corruption? In fact, thinking about no corruption is a misnomer. It's a wishful thinking. But then whether the corruption is low, whether we have a stricter rule of law, whether we have an effective government in place, which is taking decisions which are more predictable, there is no uncertainty, then whether there is a straightforward procedure being followed, or whether there is better access to credit. So, if these things are there, we possibly can attract more investment and more startups can be built around. But if they are not there, obviously the institutions are weak. That would lead to resource diversion. Obviously, as it happens, it goes from one state to the other, or it goes from one country to the other. Okay, and because there is an increased cost of business involved when there is poor institutional quality in place. But there is an interesting issue here that the very institutional quality we are talking about, which can be measured through effective government, which is measured through a control over corruption and all that. But we also many a time observe that highly restrictive environment deters the very ecosystem that you already promote through a better institutional quality. In the name of a better institutional quality, when you try to become very restrictive, the system collapses. It's like what you say, maybe we are all aware of the two effects you talk about with respect to corruption. One is called grease effect, the other one is called the sand effect. Maybe when you control corruption, initially for some time you'll realize grease effect. That means it would act like a lubricant. You might observe that there is an increase, there is an improvement in the business environment in the country. But beyond a threshold, if you keep putting a lot of restrictions in the name of corruption control, and then, in a sense, you are trying to discourage investment because the investors are afraid of taking risk or doing the business, possibly because they could be caught at some point in time for possibly no fault of mine, because they might not have been knowing the rules and all that. So that would lead to a situation where the same grease effect turns out to be a sand effect, which will create frictions. And that is what many studies have also found out. And in fact, we in our study also have observed that beyond a threshold of this control, institutional control, in the name of institutional quality improvement, when you go for too much of restrictions, it becomes counterproductive. The third one is about the uncertainty avoidance culture. That's all said and done. Some countries or some cultures are more business friendly, are more onto business, they are ready to take the business, whereas some others do not. As you know that even in a country like ours, we see there are some states, some people who are prone to business, they come forward to undertake business, others do not. So it has a cultural trait. It has something to do with the cultural trait. The state you belong to, the culture you belong to, and all that. And we see that there are countries in the world which historically have developed that culture. It is imbibed in the people so that people take the risk of doing the business. Whereas there are some other countries where people prefer a safer job than jumping onto a riskier business which could fail. So that typical cultural trait that you observe in a country like India turns out to be a deterrent to entrepreneurship. And so, as I was already telling you that the cultural setup where we become hostile towards entrepreneurship with a stigma attached to that, that if the business fails, people would question us. Even starting from the families to friends, everybody question us. They see the failures, that they make the failure a story rather than making the success as a story. But every success has many failures that they don't like to recognize. Rather, they make the failures headlines rather than making the successes headlines. So typically this leads to a situation where people develop a risk-averse behavior, which deters entrepreneurial growth. Now, in addition to these three traits that I talked about, like particularly, I'm more interested to, or I am confident, I'm convinced that these are the three key parameters that matter for an economy to develop entrepreneurship or to promote it with time. One is that we'll have to make sure that the investors, that they carry a positive sentiment. There is an improved institutional quality without creating fear and favor. And the third one is to create a kind of a nudge where the culture, the very culture we are brought up in, lets us realize the importance of entrepreneurship and take the risk of doing the business or join the business. But in addition to that, there are quite a few other key drivers. One is the digital technology, which India is already onto. It is becoming a pioneer in the field of digital technology, and that is all we observe particularly in the field of finance innovation, be it UPI, which India has become leading players in the world when it comes to creating the UPI platforms, developing digital products and services, and also that digital technology also gives leverage to entrepreneurs to break down traditional internationalization barriers, and you can get access to global markets because you need not have to operate in another country, as I was just telling, like when America is putting restrictions on visa or other things, or even trade barriers and all that, as you observe today, the huge tariffs and all that you talk about. So you can do the business from your own soil. You do not have to go when digital technologies become or provide the leverage. So that's something that is now being looked into, and there are countries which are adopting that, and India is obviously a front runner in that. But in addition to this, one key factor which determines the growth of the entrepreneurship is the access to credit, particularly to the women entrepreneurs who stand, they are, as you know, that they stand out to be much less in number compared to the male entrepreneurs in the country. So this needs to be looked into. But there are quite a few emerging trends you observe in the country today. So I'll take just maybe, if you allow me, maybe maximum 4 to 5 minutes. Will that be fine? Yes. Would you please allow me 4 to 5 minutes time more? Okay, let me continue if there is no one near the mic. So, okay, in case you have problems, you please let me know. So there are quite a few emerging trends you observe, which I have already highlighted. One is the women who are already onto the entrepreneurship, and we see here many success stories. There are youth entrepreneurs. I mean, basically, entrepreneurship is now led by women and youth, as you observe. And one more area which is kind of picking up is the green entrepreneurship, be it green products, green innovations, green technology. We are trying to get into the green growth segment in a big way. And third one is the digital entrepreneurship, which I was just highlighting. And the fourth one is the agro-processing entrepreneurship and agriculture, because India has an agrarian economy, and it has a lot of potential to help the entrepreneurs to grow, particularly in the rural and semi-urban areas. The agro-processing entrepreneurship is coming up in a big way in a country like India, with the support from several such under schemes like Skill India, Mudra, One District, One Product, NABARD, Krishi Vigyan Kendra, and all that. Now, we also have informal entrepreneurs. I mean, as I started with this thing, particularly MSME sector I was talking about and all that, even till date, now the entrepreneurs, when you look at the entrepreneurs, because I'm not talking about unicorns, I'm talking about all the entrepreneurs across the country, we see that the unincorporated sector enterprises in India, they outnumber the rest. I mean, they are the huge ones, and I mean, they are large in number. And so that means entrepreneurship is still dominated by the informal sector. It is led by the informal sector. But because they are led by informal sector, there are challenges as well. There are challenges with respect to funding. There are challenges with respect to legal issues and all that. There is a challenge with respect to human capital and skill gaps. Okay, nearly half of our graduates in India are not employable. I mean, this is something that many reports have said that because of the kinds of curriculum we have developed, the kinds of training they've been given, and all that, there are challenges. So we have created a huge amount of workforce, but many of them are not employable. So that's one of the biggest challenges. Though we have undertaken several measures to make sure that the skill gaps are met. The next one is the role of finance, which I have already talked about. So we have been now trying to provide newer opportunities so that the gaps in the finance segment is addressed are addressed. But then to conclude my kind of deliberation on this vital issue, I would just very quickly highlight a few key points which we need to take forward, or rather to consider for this entrepreneurship ecosystem to improve, to continue to sustain itself, and also we move forward to achieve our ultimate goal of becoming a developed country. First is to look into the policy and ecosystem reforms, particularly entrepreneurship ecosystem reforms. We'll have to ensure that it's simplification of the regulations, and which would obviously require a single window system. I mean, we are venturing into that, but there are still some hiccups, and there is a very important challenge we are facing with respect to IP protection whenever it comes to innovation, be it about developing a product or a process, and then all that. So whether we have the channels to make sure we get the IP protection, that is always hindering our plans. So we have to strengthen that, and then we need to reduce. In fact, there have been steps to make sure that the tax burden is lessened. Rather, we have declared tax holidays and all that, but much more steps have to be, many more steps are needed to be taken on that front as well. When it comes to skill development and innovation, as I already said, there are challenges with respect to employable workforce we have. So we need to make sure that it's an upskilling happening in the workforce, and we need to integrate entrepreneurship into the school and college curricula. As we were talking about the incubation and all that, that is something that is happening, but not across the country. Not, you may have some private and public reputed institutions across the country which are ensuring that entrepreneurship becomes a part of the academic curriculum, but not all the colleges and universities are having that, or that ecosystem has not yet been developed. So we need to promote R&D through university-industry collaboration. That is what is very much necessary. Again, I'm telling, as you know, that it is happening, but in a massive country like ours, all that we are doing is not enough. And there is also a need to encourage frugal innovation, or basically what I'm talking about, where there is a resource constraint, whether the typical Jugaad approach can be followed to go for a scalable solution to the problem. And then we have already embraced digitization. Further steps are required on that front as well. And we need to foster the innovation-friendly environment. When it comes to financial inclusion and capital access, there is a further need to expand venture capital access, which is not very much open to all kinds of entrepreneurs. There is a selective intervention, selective kind of approach that the venture capitalists are undertaking when it comes to promoting entrepreneurship in the country. And at the same time, we need to promote angel investor networks and crowdfunding platforms in a more rigorous way, so that the small entrepreneurs, the early entrepreneurs take the advantage of it. And as we India is already onto the green entrepreneurship, but we'll have to also strengthen that by supporting the climate tech startups through several incentives. We are already doing, but further steps are needed. And we also need to develop circular economy model. And we are already doing, but we need to go further and in that particular direction. And as because there is a kind of a rural-urban divide, the particular be it about digital platform, be it about creating setting up promoting entrepreneurship in rural areas, we need to build robust digital infrastructure in rural areas. And at the same time, we need to promote e-commerce and agri-tech ventures, particularly in the rural areas. And for entrepreneurship to become inclusive, we need to undertake special incentives. We have already taken up special incentives under Stand Up India, which are basically directed towards women and disadvantaged communities like SC and ST and different level entrepreneurs. We need to do more in that particular direction, and we need to also promote SSGs and cooperative models, particularly when it comes to promoting inclusive entrepreneurship. And also, we need to undertake special drives in the less developed regions, uh, be it the northeastern states and some other parts of the country we talk about, even within a state, some specific regions which do not attract more entrepreneurs. And there is a very important role the youths and our diaspora are required to play. They are to be. We need to harness India's demographic dividend through targeted entrepreneur mentorship and incubation, which we are already doing, but the amount of effort we are putting in is not sufficient for a country like ours. Then we need to leverage the Indian diaspora for FDI, and it is the right time for us, given the kinds of geopolitical, kind of scenario we have been observing over the last few years, and more so in the recent past. And so they would be a right source of knowledge transfer and global partnership. And we need to have developed nudges to achieve the behavioral shifts that you were talking about, the risk averse people, the very culture that you have, the uncertainty avoidance culture you have among us. Right kind of nudges are to be built around to achieve a behavioral shift among the current youths of the country. And to conclude, I would say Viksit Bharat warrants more bolder ideas, resilient minds, and risk appetites among the youths in particular. So, with this, I conclude my talk. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity, inviting me to this particular platform. Again, I would like to say sorry for not being there in person. I'd have really liked to be there today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your sharing valuable insights and knowledge with us today. Your session was truly enlightening
Not,
and
I'm not
thought-provoking.
able to hear you. Yes, yes. Now I can hear you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing such valuable insights and knowledge with us. Your session was truly enlightening and thought-provoking. We feel privileged for your vast experience. On behalf of our college and entire organizing team, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to you, sir, for taking your time and joining us and guiding us through your expertise. It was indeed an honor to have you with us, sir.
Yes, yes, Professor Jana, I really missed. I now feel more than otherwise. I mean, I'm missing you all. I should have been there today. Yes, yes, sure, sure, sure. So, shall I then take your leave or? Yes, sure, I can take the question. Only thing is that the mic is not very clear. So, if anybody can.
quality. Okay, if I remember one what I got, and what would be the, and I didn't find a single word with regard to demographic dividend. What India presently facing in Odisha, because in Odisha, because in Bharat, how it will be sorted out and how digital labor force will be available through decentralization, local youth and empowerment. Thank you very much.
So I think you had, if I have understood the question correctly. So am I audible?
Yes, Professor, actually he is expecting to connect the dividend, demographic dividend, that what actually you told that next 25 to 30 years this economy is based on the no young laborers, young workers, connected to the quality of institutions, what actually you are saying, institutional quality. That is what the connected is things.
Okay. Yes, I got it. Yeah. So I mean, I see. As to talk about the institutions, quality of institutions. So what I like to harp upon is that see the all said and done in economy, not just in the context of entrepreneurship, in every other matter, will fail to achieve its targeted goal if institutions are not robust. So when I talk about institutions, I am basically referring to the governance. And when I talk about governance, it's about what is the delivery mechanism you are following, how effective the delivery mechanism is, how quick the delivery mechanism is. Now today we are talking about digital governance, for example. So, and similarly, we are talking about corruption. Okay. If you have a robust institution in place, it will definitely ensure better governance, or it would definitely ensure better quality delivery. So and also at the same time, as I said, too much of restrictions in the name of the control of corruption may not also work. As you often see, suppose I'm to give give you an anecdote. When you hear that for some small procedural issues, people are punished. I mean, first you target that individual who has undertaken a venture, and then you say that you have not followed these rules, and then the person is punished. That person, it gives a kind of a negative signal to the entrepreneurial journey among the youths who might not like to undertake the business. Uh, who might have been venturing into or might have been planning to get into, they will not venture into because they see that maybe for a small procedural fault they could be punished. So how to ensure that the institutional quality improves, but it doesn't really amount to a situation where in the name of improved institutional quality, we come up with lot of rules and regulations which would really, kind of deter the very, process which we thought of improving through improved institutional quality. So that is the reason why I was telling that there is a threshold beyond which you should not talk about improved institutional quality. In the name of improved institutional quality, we should not bring in too much of restriction to the regulation. In the name of regulations, we should not bring in so much of restrictions. That is one thing. Okay, and the other thing is about the demographic dividend, and that it's something that we all talk about. I'm not telling that demographic dividend is something that we should be celebrating about. It's not true to argue that we are actually reaping the benefits of the demographic dividend to the fullest extent, because just being a country with people within the age group of 25 to 35, a largest segment of population, doesn't necessarily mean that we have reaped the benefits of the demographic dividend. We need to ensure that there is the conversion of the population into human capital through proper skill imparting, through proper education, through proper training and all that. As on date, we are not onto that. We have not yet achieved that goal. But having said that, when you compare India with some other countries in the world, we see that we have got huge young youth population in the country. So they have the capability, they have the potential, they have the energy to work, they have the energy, they have the potential, they have the inclination, aspirations to take up business. Only they have to be channelized, they have to be trained properly, they need to be provided proper mentorship. Demographic dividend is not built automatically through the creation of youth. What is needed is that you'll have to create an enabling environment for them. And that enabling environment comes through skill imparting, proper education, proper mentoring, proper credit facilities, and all that. So that the youth population that you have, they can be channelized towards productive activities. That is what I meant. I hope I have addressed the points that you raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, sir, for such enlightening session. We are truly honored to have you among us. Thank you, sir.
Shall I take your leave then?
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks all of you.
Carrying forward the momentum, it's our honor to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Damodar Jaina Sir, Director of Research and Development at GIFT University, Bhubaneswar. He is a highly respected academician and researcher with over 3 decades of experience in academics, policy studies, and sustainable development. He serves as a senior faculty member at the KIT School of Rural Management, KSRM, where he continues to guide and inspire students and scholars.
Sir holds a PhD in Analytical and Applied Economics and MPhil from the University of Madras and LLB from Utkal University. His research and consultancy work have significantly contributed to the fields of rural livelihood, climate change, human development, and public policy. His excellence has been recognized through the prestigious Fellow Award for his outstanding and contribution to the environment and sustainability research.
Today, he will be helping.
So since time is limited, let us cut it short for the introduction. India economic development studies. Professionally, I am working as a faculty in management, particularly in rural management, teaching research and development. And administratively, I am the dean of the school and director of R&D of the University. Thank you. So now, how much time you are giving? Can sir? How much time? Okay. So maybe no, I mean, you need this. You don't need now. Right? When you need it, so let me start with the Professor Naik actually, who is a good, one of my good colleagues. What actually the last discussion was coming last, am I audible? Even without this, you will be audible. You put the names me and economy is coming down. Right or wrong, that is different thing. But this is the fact. When the 60 and above population is going up, their saving is increasing. Expenditure on this section of population is increasing. Particularly, fiscal pressure on government is also increasing. And next 20 to 30 years, if that continues, then that will become a problem. If that is not managed today, if the current development is not managed in a state of management, what I see, if it is not managed today, that is going to be a big threat, economic threat to the country like India, most populous country. Because by that time we may reach around 30%, 35% about aging population. And contribution is very declining, very fast declining contribution to the economy, and increasing rate of dependency on them, and fiscal pressure of government on government is will be very high. So in that case, that has to be managed. So when we celebrate, that is what I say, we should not celebrate. I completely agree with that. So when we celebrate this, we should also get ready to face the challenge of aging population for next one decade to start that challenge, particularly economic challenge. So we need to prepare, and in fact, I am working on that. Currently, I am working with government of India how to get out of that when we increase the population, how to see that the confidence and comfort of the aging population they can continue to contribute to the economy, and at the same time they will survive without much morbidity. Anyway, so this is part I thought I'll share with you. Now coming back to this particular topic, really I am grateful to the organizer and particularly Jana sir, I consider him as like my younger brother, for organizing such a beautiful discussion. I understand second day what happens, but still number is not small. As I understand, being a person from Odisha, what happens in 2 days in there, particularly government colleges. It does not happen in private colleges, but government colleges, second day what happens. But I don't held today at least as a good number. And of the days, I have very good friends, my family members, many of my family members here. One of my senior family members here, Purushottam sir. Very good. Anyway, whenever I come to Parampur, I don't go back without seeing you. So many of my friends from different parts of the state and outside. Thank you very much. And of course, my scholar friends from different countries, including Guinea, including this Liberia. Yes, very good. So I have very limited time. I'll connect the dots. That's why actually I make it something different. I'll try to connect the dots, and I'll build on the what Professor N.C. Nayak has mentioned. Build the dots is something like I'll take few minutes to connect this topic actually. This topic is mostly for sustainable development. And all of us we know more or less what is sustainable development. As a layman, for the benefit of students, particularly students, please don't make a hue and cry there, because we don't need actually to solve in between now at this stage. Please don't make hue and cry. I am getting distracted. If I am getting distracted, the whole session is getting to be zero. So I am going to share a very important thing. Is when we say sustainable development for benefit of the student, what is a layman is the development which sustains in a very layman over a period of time. What is this over a period of time? 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 5 years? That depends actually how do we plan for sustaining the development. Now question comes, it's a very matured way this topic, I believe very matured way this topic has been designed. There's a skill and maybe Jana sir is not visible here, but is really I appreciate skill and innovation for sustainable development, maybe through entrepreneurship, right? So this topic is this. When we say for sustainable development, means for sustaining the development, we need to ensure there is a sustainability, right? Sustainability for sustainable development. There are different things. Sustainability is the capacity to sustain. Capacity to sustain the development. sustainability is a layman I'm putting. I'm not going to much literature and something. So when we maintain or ensure the capacity to sustain, so what are the things to be maintained and how to maintain that? So, and what are the different approaches? So here I have my topic is frontiers of New Testament. What is the Old Testament and what is the New Testament? And when we say this is the New Testament, then why should we talk about frontiers? What are the possibilities in the layman if you define the frontiers? What are the extreme possibilities are there in ensuring the New Testament? So so these are the points actually. So we need to connect these dots. I don't know whether that is working or not. I don't know. Let us see. Use my finger. Okay. It's sustainable development. Sustainability. Then I am coming. That is nothing but the capacity to sustain. Rather, then I am coming to particularly what is Old Testament, right? Then Old and what is New Testament, and what are the frontiers? What are the frontiers of New Testament? I'll cover this much. These are the dots I'll cover within short time, very quickly. I'll not get into the details. If we can discuss even outside this, the thing that is I am available up to lunch time. The first two things very overly discussed. We know what is sustainable development, what is sustainability. Rather, little bit debate happens with the sustainability. It's nothing but the capacity to sustain. When we come to the operational part, measuring this, right? So then the question, lot of debate comes in when we think of how to or what are the capacity to sustain. The sustainability for sustainable development. Sustainable development is non-existent unless we ensure or build the capacity to sustain. Whatever benefit you are getting, it will sustain for over a period of time if we ensure the capacity to sustain. So what are the capacities and how to ensure that? I'll bring those things in the frontiers. But let us before talk what is the Old Testament for development, which needs to be sustained. Starting from that Bobcat lady when we had a long back, the second Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, bringing access to credit, nationalize the bank, whether it is with a good intention or bad intention, but concept was very good. Concept was very good to give access to credit. Whether it was misused for political interest or something, that is a different thing, not discussing here. But the intention was good when it was suggested to her that access to credit can happen through nationalization of the bank, right? household being an unit for alleviating poverty or bringing them out from poverty is a wrong approach. Let us now bring a new testament is nothing but a group approach, collective approach, whether it is for manufacturing SEZ, special economic zone, so that collectively they can access collective infrastructure and this thing, or it is through self-help group to support socio-economic graduates are equalness so that they will come out. It's a group approach, community approach. When it, of course, in context, in tribal context, there's a community approach. In ବେଲ ଗଛର ବେଲ ପାଚିଲେ କୁଆର କ'ଣ ହବ ସେମିତି ବଡ଼ ବଡ଼ ଡେଫିନେସନ୍ ଆଣିକି ଫର୍ ଦି farmers or the SHG members it is going to be useless. The very operational definition what we will get a measure that is what we mean by innovation. Any new practice, any practice which is new, they are actually practicing, which leads to either one or more than one of these three things. Number one, that is we say innovation. Number one, any new practice which brings down your cost of production, or any new practices which increases, not bringing down your cost of production but increases your revenue. Cost remaining same, increases your revenue. Or third one is both, brings down your cost of production or increases your revenue. I'll tell you one example, very interesting. It's a tribal area, Nilgiri subdivision. ସେମାନେ ଶାଳ ପତ୍ର ପକେଇକି ଶିଆଳି ପତ୍ର ଶାଳ ପତ୍ର ଗୋଟେ ପକେଇଦେଲେ ଛୋଟ ତାପରେ ଶିଆଳି ପତ୍ର ପକେଇ ଦେଇକି ଗୋଟେ ସାଇଡରୁ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ସାଇଡକୁ ପାଣି ନେଇଗଲେ ବନ୍ଧ କ'ଣ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ସାଇଡରେ ପାଣି ନାଳଟା ଅଛି ଆର ମାନେ ଗୋଟେ ବଡ଼ ଗଢ଼ା ଗୋଟେ ଅଛି ଆର ପଟର ପାଣି ଅଛି ନାଳଟା ଅଛି ଏପଟର ଶୁଖା ପଡ଼ିଛି ବିଲ ସେମାନେ କ'ଣ କଲେ ମାନେ ସେ ଶାଳ କାଠ ପକେଇ ତାପରେ ଶାଳ ପତ୍ର ଦେଇକି ବିଛେଇ ଦେଇ ତାପରେ ଶିଆଳି ପତ୍ର ଦେଇକି ପାଣିଟା ତାପରେ ଚଲେଇଲେ ଚିନ୍ତା କର that is the case in the innovation should see a new practice which brings down their cost of production, otherwise they would have spent money, otherwise they would have failed. So innovation and technology adoption, see you can bring technology, we are not poor in technology, even though we come no we have to do more on technology, but whatever technology available, I think one best example ଆମର ମାଣ୍ଡିଆ ଖାଉନାହାନ୍ତି ମାଣ୍ଡିଆ ସୁଆ ଲୋକ ଆଜିକାଲି ଖାଇବା ଛାଡ଼ିଦେଲେ କିନ୍ତୁ ପ୍ରଡକ୍ସନ ବଢ଼ିଛି thanks to partially thanks to our millet mission. ମାଣ୍ଡିଆ ଆଉ ଯୋଉ ସୁଆ ଏଟା ସବୁ ବଢ଼ିଛି କି ନାହିଁ ପ୍ରଡକ୍ସନ ବଢ଼ିଛି କିନ୍ତୁ ସେ ଲୋକଙ୍କର ଆନେମିଆ ବଢ଼ିଯାଇଛି ରକ୍ତହୀନତା ରୋଗ ସେମାନଙ୍କର ବଢ଼ିଛି ଯଦି ଆମର ନ୍ୟାସନାଲ ଫ୍ୟାମିଲି ହେଲ୍ଥ ସର୍ଭେ 4 and ଫ୍ୟାମିଲି ହେଲ୍ଥ ସର୍ଭେ 5 ଆଚ୍ଛା ମତେ ହଉଛି 5 ମିନିଟ୍ ଆଗରୁ ଟିକେ କହିବ I'm fully into this 5 ମିନିଟ୍ ଆଗରୁ ମତେ କହିବ ହେଲା ହଁ ଗୋଟେ ଫଟୋ ଯୋଉ ପାଠେଇବ ମାଣ୍ଡିଆ ପ୍ରଡକ୍ସନଟା ବଢ଼ିଛି କିନ୍ତୁ ସେଇ ଲୋକମାନଙ୍କର କନଜମ୍ପସନ କମିଛି ସେମାନେ ବିକି ଦେଲା ପରେ ଆପଣ ମାନେ ଖାଉଛନ୍ତି କୋଉଠି ସହର ଅଧିକା ପଇସା ଦେବେ ସେଇ ପଇସାରୁ କିଛି ମାତ୍ରାରେ ଭ୍ୟାଲୁ ଚେନ୍ ସିଷ୍ଟମ ମ୍ୟାନେଜମେଣ୍ଟ ଗୋଟେ ଷ୍ଟଡି କରୁଥିଲୁ କିଛି ମାତ୍ରାରେ ସେମାନଙ୍କ ପାଖକୁ ବି ଯାଉଛି increase income होती किंतु that increased income does not translate into increased nutritious food so that their nutritional status will maintain because they are not eating because to substitute that itself the increased income is not enough. Number one, more ଯେତିକି ଟଙ୍କା income ବଢିଲା if I purchase nutritious food just to substitute mandia then that would be much higher. There are other reasons but why people are not eating, one of the three reasons what we found is maybe सरकार बिना पैसा दे देने that is good or bad that you know then substitute is available to them ready-made chawla which is nutritious wise less than 2% but mandia is 7 to 12% nutritious per ton. Second thing, one of the very important thing is that dehusk କରିବାକୁ machine technology is not available at household level. ଆପଣ ମାନେ ଜାଣିଥିବେ ମୁଁ ଏମବି I have gone all 314 blocks ମାନେ ଏମତି ଗୋଟେ ଦେବି ସମାଟା ଟପା ଗୋଟେ ଥିବ ସମାଟା ଲାଗିଥିବ ଗୋଟେ ପୋଷ୍ଟୁଅର୍ଟି ପଡୁଥିବ but today you don't have a dehusk machine at 7 minutes. So 2 minutes after you have to remain. You mean if you forget that another 2 minutes I'll be. Okay. Those days I'm saying that 2006 or 7 I was in the Tata Academy. So in Salem district, in Salem there is a big those days non-foundation facilitated SSD federation level 2000 more than Then I have 2 minutes more. I have got Jana sir. So now for discussion. You said it is followed by 2 minutes of discussion. Now I'll be happy to listen. So please, I'll be happy to listen. Whatever I told it is, so I am from grounding. I have not done so far. I have done more than 70 research projects. I have not done single research project without even today.
Sir, namaste. So, what is the particular role played by the government for the risk management?
Uh, Thank you for the question you are giving. Responsibility of government.
Yes, sir.
Government responsibility is everything. Nobody is a parallel to government. Sir, please sit down. If you have second one, I will listen for. Let me address this. A very romantic question. Government role is there for everywhere, but my points is to substantiate to reduce the responsibility of government. All the 5 points I have said is a professional way of not expecting single rupee from government. All the 5 things we have verified and we have ensured through action research. All the 5 points can be ensured, including insurance at members' contribution. Even suppose I am the professional to facilitate that, even my salary is moved from the government. So if that is possible, professional way, then we should make free government. We should make the government free to do a lot of other things. Government role is there for all 5 things, but government fails many places. So that word is not a right arrow to say. So in other words, I am saying, please don't quote that. My point is, instead of pressurizing government, we can do this by involving the community participation, by their contribution. They and their, I will sell up what they have. They have insurance products, right? Insurance products are many things. They don't get any single rupee from government for life, for health, for assets, everything. And after settling the claims, they remaining whatever premium amount, they give it back as a dividend. So why should you purchase from Bajaj, Birla, or some other insurance company? Why should? Because we have already today now. Again, depends what type of product you are developing. If your product maybe 1,000 household is okay, or a product you need to federate that institution. Ultimately, institution is a product. If institution is federated at the block level or at panchayat level, then it is cost effective. Yes, sir. Second question or new question? Is it okay, sir? Is it okay? Let us go for some exposure visit, see whether it is happening. I am saying it is happening. It is not possible. I am not saying it is happening. There are models. And what we did, we are so nonsense. We downloaded all the negative things from Tamil Nadu. Positive things we have not downloaded. There are Tamil Nadu issues where these type of what I am saying, I am bringing my experience from Tamil Nadu. I was a special envoy to State Planning Commission Tamil Nadu. And I have seen all these things. And I was part of some of the for this particular example I am giving some addresses. It is there. It is not possible. I am not giving it. Practically implemented. Odisha, it is happening. You go to now definitely something is now there is a Dhan Foundation. It's just microfinance cost, not business for development mode. They are giving education out of school children services, not free. Everything is done. And they are happy with it. There are few examples in Odisha it is now working out. I personal sir, ଆପଣ କଥା ହେବେ ପଛରେ ଆପଣ ଏଟା ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବେ ମାଇକ୍ ଟା କିଏ ଦେଲା ପୁଣି ମାଇକ୍ mostly the context of leadership have integrated skill for innovation. Your reference to how corporate producer company. I have seen so many corporate producer groups in Naga district also. They are forming the group, but they are not sustaining because when you mentioned rightly the you mentioned rightly the more frontier, right frontier. If you know most of the corporates are not educated, that is why they are able to understand this so to say our ancestral data. But they have their own experiences. They are developing their own modules by their own experience. But my point is, as you rightly pointed out, can it be possible as the government, even the agriculture department, even some MSME vendors are proselytizing the farmers to produce the goods to go on farm, better market with the concept to get the Viksit Bharat by 2027 as per our legal document. So, I having doubt in that situation, the digital farmers can be possible without providing any scale of training. How can they maintain or manage the production process and to sustain that budget? Thank you. I think this is a quite very important direct question. But again, I am reflecting on this, what you said, I completely agree with that. This is a fact. But my perspective is altogether New Testament, context of New Testament, which is already proved in miniature scale. I am not depending on government. I am not opposing government. If government comes in, that is yes. But and I know irrespective of any political stand, those who will be left with the opinions and
Good morning, sir. I'm Ganesh from Parla Maharaj Engineering College. I think you are admitted in the meeting, sir, right now. So, so the session will start in 5 minutes. Will it be okay, sir? Just a minute, sir. I can't hear you. I'm just putting on my earphones. Sir, can you hear me? Hello, Ganesh, sir? Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I can hear you now.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay, just update me, okay, once you are ready.
Yes, sir. I'll unmute and say when we are ready.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
moment you start reading, deeply you will depend, oh, my finance would be cleaned by the government. I'm not depending on that. My all the private years professional, all with community. Community has a strength and a bankable. Bankable in terms they can take care of themselves the moment you trust as a kind of facilitator, connect to the professional. If that professional will be paid, that professional fee will be paid by them. And that is proved in the venture is not far. You will see and the government will entirely facilitate. Thank you. Okay, so otherwise, even I think I should not take much time. The next program is there. I'm sorry if I have taken much time, but okay, thank you very much, sir. Again, I'm so happy coming here with all my very young scholars. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and thoughtful words. I would like to call Jana, sir, from the ICEVB 2025 to please get the from over.
Before moving on to the next session, I would like to make an announcement. The participants for poster presentation. I repeat, the participants for poster presentation can please move to room 107. I repeat, thank you.
Respected sir, we are beginning now. So, are you ready, sir? Thank you, sir.
Now, we are truly delighted to introduce our next invited speaker, Dr. Ganesh Abhimanyu Das Sir, Associate Professor of Marketing at Saudi Electronic University, Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Dr. Das is an eminent academician and researcher with more than 50 years of experience in teaching, research, and consultancy. He is currently serving as the program chair for the MBA in digital marketing at Saudi Electronic University, a leading blended learning university in the Middle East. He earned his PhD in Services Marketing from Pondicherry Central University. His major research interests include digital marketing, green marketing, marketing 4.0, and blended marketing for a better future. He has even developed a new scale in marketing 4.0, showcasing his passion for innovation in modern marketing. He is widely recognized as a highly commended trainer and a strong advocate of blended learning environments, efficiently combining technology and education for enhanced learning experiences. Today, he will be sharing his expert insights on digital transformation and marketing 4.0 in modern era, a topic that perfectly aligns with the changing landscape of marketing and education. Let's all join our hands together and warmly welcome Dr. Ganesh Abhimanyu Das. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sir, can you?
So,
Yes, sir.
yeah,
We are
yeah.
good to go. Just a minute, sir. Just a minute, sir.
Yeah. Yes.
I would like to request Professor Perimal sir. It's our second gathering session, and we are having with besides Professor Ganesh sir, we are having with Professor Perimal sir from IGN and Professor Sarada sir from Toronto University, and I will be moderated by Professor Ram sir. I think we will invite them to the stage after the presentation of Professor Ganesh. So, we start.
Yes, sir. We are good to go.
Okay, great. Let me just share the screen. Just confirm. Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir. It's clear.
Okay. Okay, great. So, first of all, my sincere gratitude to Professor Mahanti for the invitation and best wishes to the college, the institution. And as you can see that there are two things. I think we are having some noise disturbance. Can you mute?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So there are two things here actually why it is special for me also, because first it is in Berhampur. Okay, I did my MBA from Berhampur University. I was a gold medalist back in 20 I think 2002. Okay, then the college, the institution itself is named after Parla Maharaja, and I belong to Parla community. Okay, so that's why this seminar is special for me. Thanks for the invitation, Professor Mahdi. The topic for the session, I have chosen that because what India has been doing. Okay, I consider India always as Bharat, so that's why the Viksit Bharat at 2047 in a century. So over the last century, we can say we have another 20 years, 20 odd years. So what we can achieve in the first 100 year as a country named Bharat, and what is the role of AI, ML, and data analytics? So, when you talk about entrepreneurship and Viksit Bharat, we must understand that the skill and innovation, okay, what you have chosen is the title of the conference. So, the skill set, as we know that if anyone is using social media platforms right now, they know that how important is the skill in AI, ML, and data analytics. How is it crucial? So that's why when you are talking about skills and innovation, and mostly we are talking about sustainability. Okay. So sustainable development, that means not only going to the top. Okay. What is sustainable? As we studied in marketing. Okay. First, you talk about competitive advantage. Then we talk about sustainable competitive. That means when you go to the top, how can you stay at the top? That is more difficult. Because every time, once you are at number one, there are number twos and number threes, they are also trying to get there. That's why. So let's talk about what is the role of AI. So now, this is what, okay? Data is the new oil. Okay, the oil is means it is almost essential for everyday life now. Data is everything, and India is one of the cheapest country. You can say that in the data rate, data pricing. Okay, that's why it is 1 billion plus market with smartphones, and even customers have multiple smartphones. So that's why the data and AI is the new electricity. So that is what. But the problem is that you can see the example here. How bad AI? Because in the previous last, you can say that last 4 5 years, the AI was in development stage. They were not matured enough. So that's why we went through a lot of bad AI. So the example, the picture you see on the screen that clearly explains why if AI is bad, that means the data fed to the AI algorithm that was bad. So it is all about data, friends. Okay, it is all our data. Okay, so all this human intelligence data gathered over last decade, or let us say last. Let's just talk about post-internet era. Okay, let's not go beyond that. So 90s, okay, 2000s and 2010s, and another. So it is around 30 to 35 years of data post internet, and all these HI data, human intelligence data, they were put into algorithms, and AI was enhanced. So AI is nothing if you don't have the correct data. So although all those data now which was harnessed by AI, they are actually acting like the new oil in our economy. Now, what is the role of AI in business? Number one, automation. Okay. If the task, the routine task, I'm not talking about all the tasks, the routine tasks. So mostly the routine tasks can be automated with the help of AI. There is no need of human touch there if they are repetitive and routine tasks. So obviously the firms are going to cost. Okay, they are going to cut the operational cost. Second, let's talk about, I will come to analytics later. Now, decision making with predictive analytics. What is predictive analytics? So, when we talk about analytics, analytics can be broadly divided. Okay, I'm just sharing for the young learners. Analytics we broadly divide into three types. One is descriptive. Descriptive means you just describe how many males, how many females, okay, how many people have an income level greater than 10 lakhs per annum, like that. That is, you are describing the data. Second is predictive. Predictive is that go to the past, read the data, and predict for the future. So it is called predictive analytics. That means you are going back to the history, last 5 year data or last 10-year data. In statistics, we all have studied a simple term. What is that? Regression. This is what predictive analytics. So predictive is that mostly go to the past, read the data, and predict for the future. Then comes energy management, AI driven. Yes, most of us are using smart devices, smart electronics, okay, refrigerator, air conditioner, okay, smart television. Most of them are using AI. That's why they are managing the energy consumption efficiently. Then smart supply chain. Yes, supply chain is equally important. Because if you can use AI for supply chain solutions, then first is that waste reduction and efficiency will go up. If you are talking about operation management, many of us know that we talk about a term lean systems, lean thinking. What is lean thinking? Lean operation or lean? Mostly Toyota. Okay, Toyota as a company, they innovated it. Toyota production system. That is called lean systems. Lean system means zero waste and maximum efficiency. This is what AI can give us. Okay. So now let's talk about the second part. We talked about AI. Now let's talk about ML. Okay. ML is equally important. We can't separate both, but they have their own respective roles. So here you can say that mostly forecasting. All these LLM, large language models, okay? These are mostly, the machine learning is that mostly we talk about, because if you want to forecast something, okay, even your weather forecasting, sales forecasting, okay, even the flight pattern forecasting, everything is nowadays they use ML. So first, what does it do? It will find some patterns, specific patterns and trends. Accordingly, it will predict for the future. Second is risk management. Okay, because human learning is not that much of efficient. That's why we're talking about all these AI and ML tools. Okay, because of that only. So it is mostly we talk about anomalies, then financial frauds. Okay, everything can be detected easily. Don't you think that in the last 5 years, okay, last 5 years, after all these AI tools and ML tools, we are able to detect frauds more efficiently now. The third point is that it enhances customer experience. Why? Customizes. Okay. Now there is no more standardization that all will be getting the same service. No, each customer has a different need, and that customer has to be dealt separately with a particular pattern of customization as per the customer need. In marketing, we call it marketing myopia. That means if you don't understand what the customer needs, that's why once you know what the customer needs, and we know that we are humans, friends. So everyone is having a different type of need. We are not the same. We need different cars, different clothes, different foods. So customization is very important. Customization you can do if you're a local store and you have just 10 customers. How can you customize for millions of customers? Their human intelligence will not work. You need ML. Then quality control. Okay, quality control is automated. and defect will be minimum. Again, lean thinking. Yeah, this was what I was talking about, data analytics. Now the third component I will touch upon, that is data analytics. So it is mostly your decisions. What kind of decisions you are taking? Nowadays, decisions are completely data driven. Okay, you get real time insights, so you can take the decision appropriately and perfectly. So it helps in better decisions. Then your supply chain will be optimized without delays, okay, without shrinkage, without lost communications. So inefficiencies will be reduced. And one of the most important challenges is that in business resource allocation. Because we know that, look, resources are limited. We must admit, in any business, resources are limited. So once resources are limited, then you have to allocate, optimize. So you have to optimize the allocation. That means you have to develop a priority matrix. We call it in project management what? PPM, project priority matrix. So whichever project is at the top, then that should be allocated. So let us say if you use data analytics, you'll know better which project is the top priority. Then I can allocate my resources, labor, capital, funding, all these things for that. And finally, improves customer engagement, behavioral analytics. What is behavioral analytics? Okay, it is part of predictive analytics. So when you talk about, I did not tell you the third analytics, I will tell you now. Behavioral analytics, that again, you are reading the behavioral patterns and trends, and accordingly, you are predicting the behavior of your cohort group of customers in the future. Okay, how much pages will be demanded by this set of customers on Friday 7 to 8 p.m. This is what behavioral analytics. Third type of analytics is that, okay, first one was descriptive, second one was predictive, third one is prescriptive. In prescriptive, you are actually prescribing the solution. This is what we need right now in 2025. No more descriptive and predictive, okay? We need prescriptive, we need solutions. Just a moment. How much time do I have? Can you hear me? Okay, great. So I am on track. Thank you. Yeah. So just let me recap what we did. I talked about three components which are very crucial in 2025. Especially, I'm talking about 2047 target. Okay. Now, in the next few slides, I will show you what India is doing. Okay. As Indians, we also know that what our government is doing. That is very important. Okay, so I'm just going to use some pointers here. Actually, you can see that this is what we need, friends. If you want to have sustainable development, so we know we are skilled. Okay, Indians are highly skilled. We are talented. We have everything. What we need? We need infra. We need support. Okay, we need scholarship. Okay, we need exposures. That's what we need. Okay. So, first point is that AI computing and semiconductor infrastructure. What do we have now? Okay. So we are already having, okay, you will be happy to know that we are already having 10,000 GPUs. So our AI compute infrastructure is scaling now. It is going bigger and bigger. And please remember, technology. If I may mention a theory here. Okay. I keep covering all the aspects of management here, okay? So one theory, popular theory is DY, diffusion of innovation theory. It was given by Rogers. So what it says that the innovation spreads faster once it reaches a critical stage. It is happening with India, friends, right now. Indian AI infra is exploding now. So by 2030, I'm not talking about 2047 here. In the next 5 years, we will be in such a stage, okay, where we might be either number one or number two in the world. Then we have supply chain, very good supply chain we are having. Then yes, access. Access is very important. Whoever is involved in the field, is he or she getting access to the, okay, affordable, access and affordable, cheap. Okay. Yeah, we are very price sensitive. We know that. Okay. uh, as an Indian, I know that I have experienced it throughout my life. Okay. We are very cost sensitive, and that's why we bargain a lot. And that's why we must get affordable access. Then semiconductor manufacturing, you must have recently seen many models are coming now, which are made in India. Okay, India has succeeded in semiconductor manufacturing. As the minister, okay, Mr. Vaishnav, Aswini Vaishnav, he has already mentioned, we are on the right track. Yes, the capacity of the semiconductors might not be the world class as of now, but I believe in next 2 to 3 years we'll reach that stage. Second point is that how do you advance AI with open data and centers of excellence? I believe even your college, okay, they do have this, a data center. Okay, they do have a data center. They have a lab. Okay, they have an incubation cell. Okay, all these things. So we have India AI data set platform. Okay, the data cell platform is India AI because open data access, anybody can access that. So it is democratic. So not only 5 or 10% hold all the knowledge of the world. Then we have centers of excellence across the country now. And AI driven industries are getting now skilled employees. Why do you think all these tech companies now they are coming to manufacture in India? There was a myth about China, okay, friends. Many people thought that China all go to China for manufacturing because of the law, okay, cost of the labor. It's wrong, okay. The time is gone. Okay, Chinese labor is no more cheap. Okay, this is a wrong conception. This is a myth actually. What happened? Why all people are going? Because the availability of skilled labor. Okay, that's what India is trying to replicate. Okay, these are our AI models and language technologies. Okay, first is that we have our own large language models. We have Vasini. Okay, Vasini is the digital India language model, our own. Then Bharat Gen. Bharat Gen is the government funded multimodal, okay, LLM, large language model initiative. Then Sarvam One, we have AI model. Chitralekha, we have. Hanuman's Everest One, we have. Okay, all these are AI models and LLM technologies we are having right now. Okay, it was not there 10 years back. Then AI integration with digital public infrastructure. The best example is Mahakumbh 2025, what we have seen. Okay, I visited that time. I know that how efficiently it was done because it was completely entire infrastructure. The management, okay, it was completely AI driven. I visited the control center also, how they did it. It was real good. And all these infra and the management, managing that kind of population, my God, what they did, that was wonderful. Then we have AI talent and workforce development. We have India AI Future Skills Initiative we are doing. Okay, global AI skill penetration, we are number one in the world. Okay, our ratio is 2.8. Then talent hubs we have developed. Then AI adoption and industry growth. Yes, all the businesses are okay. You can see your automobile sector, you can see your smart devices sector. Okay, they all are coming up with AI initiatives. Then we have Gen AI, startup funding from the governments. Then we have okay, small and medium MSME. You can consider they are also taking help of AI tools. Look, AI tools, what I strongly believe that it is should be, the knowledge should be open access with protection for privacy and safeguards. And our ecosystem is number three in the world. That means we have already reached a stage. Let us say not 100%, 30 to 40% we've reached. So if you reach 60 to 70% critical mass, then the next 30% you can achieve in 1 year. So now is the time from 30% or 40% to getting at 60%. We need strong foundation and strong dedication. You can say right now for next 5 years. So the next 17 years till 2047, I strongly believe in India, the concept of India and AI in India, and I believe that we will reach number one by 2047. And we have a lot of relaxed regulation approach nowadays. The minister himself, he always mentions this part. Now let's conclude. So we talked about role of AI, ML, and data analytics. How to sustain the business, and mostly with respect to the scope. Or the aim of we have a vision. India at 2047. That one. So first, AI, ML, and data analytics, they drive what? Efficiency and sustainability with zero waste, zero defect, maximum quality. Now you can reduce waste, you can optimize your operations, and your decision making skills will be better. And this skill set and this knowledge database, it will give you long-term success. That's why we're talking in right now, we're talking in 24, 23, we're talking about 2047. Why? That's why long term. It is mostly, so I will conclude with this comment. Any kind of future growth is dependent on AI driven sustainable practices. Many are skeptical of AI, please remember, friends, many of us, I have seen that, the old guard, they are not comfortable with all these technologies. Let me tell you, in the 1980s, there was a global strike against a device. That is what we called it calculator. Do you know the calculator is dead now? Nobody is using. And your smartphone has killed 58 devices. Nobody knows what happened. So that's why only those people are going to suffer. I'm talking I mean English, not the Hindi suffer. To suffer if they don't adapt AI. So once you adapt AI, then life is more beautiful. I've realized in the last 4 or 5 years in personal life also that it is the future. We must adapt it, and let's hope our Bharat becomes Vikasit by 2047. Thank you, friends. Thank you all. Yes, Mr. Ganesh.
Yes, sir. We are concluding, sir. Just a minute.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such insightful presentation. Now, I would like to call Professor Dr. Ajay Parikal, sir, Professor Dr. Sarada, sir, and Professor Dr. Tilajan Rao, sir, onto the stage. I would like to request the volunteers to please present the bouquets. Now, we move on to our second invited session. It's a great honor to welcome Dr. Ajay Perumal, sir, Associate Professor at the Department of Physical Sciences, ICEVB
Dr. Ajay Perumal sir is a highly accomplished researcher and academician. He completed his MSc from the University of Stuttgart, Max Planck Institute, Germany, and Karnataka University, Harvard, India. Later, he earned his PhD from the Technical University of Dresden under the guidance of the renowned Professor Carl Jung.
After completing his PhD, Dr. Perumal continued his research journey through postdoctoral work at Imperial College London with Professor Donald Bradley, and later at NTU Singapore as University, and the Energy Research Institute under Professor Subodh Vaisagar and Professor N.V. Govindan.
His research mainly focuses on the electronic and optical properties of semiconductor materials and nanostructures, and they are used in light emitting devices and solar cells. His goal is to create more efficient and sustainable technologies for the future.
Dr. Perumal's work has been published in many world-renowned journals, including Energy and Environmental Science, Advanced Materials, Advanced Functional Materials, and Advanced Energy Materials. His dedication and innovative research have earned him wide recognition in the field of material science.
Today, he will be sharing his valuable insights on the advancements in semiconductor materials for optoelectronic devices. Which will surely help us understand how science and technology come together to create smart energy efficient systems.
Let's all give a wide round of applause to welcome Dr. Ajay Perumal sir to deliver his exposition.
Morning, everyone. Thank you first for the organizers for giving me the chance to present some of the things. I'm not going to present science being done, but the talk that I'm going to give is more technology oriented. So it connects very well with what has been previously done. The previous talks, which were talking about AI and also agriculture or basically the present world, what we are facing and how we can overcome challenges, right? But this is the perspective from a technology world. So everything is same. At the end, we want to solve problems for society. Right? So that is what we are interested in. So
terms of research, okay, so we want to create an environment where we can, through research, drive startup and manufacturing capabilities, right? So if you look at the current landscape in terms of research, okay, so what are the opportunities and challenges? We have large talent pool from premier research-oriented organizations such as IITs, ICERs, IITs, NITs, even universities and colleges. Right? So the startup growth is very strong in many IITs, but there is a big gap in terms of manufacturing capabilities for India to succeed. So Viksit Bharat means we need to have a progress in all sectors, including agriculture, including technology, including education. Every aspect needs to be addressed. Right? So we are creating but what is missing is manufacturing, and the manufacturing is connected with the patent filing. Although patent filings are rising as a function of time, but one thing which is very important is the quality of the patent, which needs to be very strong, which has to have a commercialization possibility. Right? So not just for numbers, but this is for establishing a manufacturing which will in turn sustain that. So a previous speaker was talking about sustainability. This is a very important aspect of sustaining a business as well in technology. Right? So the role of research institutes, what we have is we need to create a talent pool of people who can establish these facilities what we intend. We need to do research and we need to have an early stage IP, so intellectual patents. This is through incubation, right? So incubation centers are now coming up in India in many institutes. So early stage IPs through incubation, proof of concept, prototyping facilities, which we need to have for manufacturing really to take up, right? So we need to have also research institutes need to collaborate with industry such that the research that is happening in institutes that need to basically have a translational aspect, translational research. Also entrepreneurship training and mentor networks. This needs to be also to be addressed by these research institutes. So the role of research institutes is to have a translational research that is moving innovation from academic lab to fab to the market. So many of these points have been touched upon by previous speakers yesterday, today. But this is very important. You see that this moves across the fields that you have, right? So you have moving innovation from academic lab to fab to marketable product. And our research institute should align with national priorities, right? So national priorities are aligning research with national missions in areas like agriculture, healthcare, water, energy, etc. So we need to, so that also should have an economic value, means converting these intellectual property into wealth and jobs that will lead to the progress of the nation. This is very important aspect. So various people have touched upon what is innovation, right? So there are many definitions of innovation. So innovation is basically a complex process of introducing novel ideas into use or practice. Okay? So innovation can also be defined. Innovation occurs at the intersection of invention and insight. It's about application of invention. So these are various definitions of innovation. So you see that in different fields this fits in. So knowledge is applied to tasks that are new and different is innovation. Right? This was defined by certain very well-known people who have given definition of innovation. But research is basically the transformation of money to knowledge, right? So you put money into the research and that needs to translate to knowledge and that comes back as a money again back into society. So innovation is basically, so first you do research and put money into that to create a knowledge, and that innovation basically is a transformation of knowledge again back to money, right? So this is like a cycle which goes on. So innovation is tied up with creativity as well. So creativity is nothing but creative behaviors possessing an element of newness, novelty and difference. So this is one definition of creativity. Or a creativity is an act of an idea or a product that changes an existing domain, for example, or that transforms an existing domain into new one. And creative person is one whose thoughts or actions bring these changes. So we need this talent pool where we create a talent pool of young people who have innovation and creativity possibilities that they can bring into our society in a way that this leads to transformation, right? So this innovation and creativity together through research leads to quality and unique patents which lead to manufacturing possibilities. For example, I'm giving through some technological aspects or technology, how it helped to really transform the world, not just a simple place. For example, there is a company called Corning which just manufactures glass panels that you see. This is the world's biggest company, Corning. So scientists in this company do research. So it's a glass company that developed first low-loss optical fiber, something called optical fiber. So a technological breakthrough that basically enabled internet and other innovations. So you see research that is happening in a company which makes glass panels transform the world by introducing internet into the society, right? So there is in our own country, Kiran Muzumdar Shah, who established Biocon. So this is again, our country is very well known for pharma business. So Kiran Muzumdar Shah used her background in fermentation science to build a leading biopharmaceutical company that makes affordable medicine. Affordable medicine, affordable health is also something very important, right? So Elon Musk, for example, many of you are familiar. Elon Musk even today applies physics for an engineering principle to revolutionize space travel and electric vehicles. Tesla space travel and electric vehicles, right? So P&G, Procter Gamble water purification. P&G is a Procter Gamble company, which is again a very big company, a scientific breakthrough in separating dirt from laundry water, right? So they were looking at separating dirt from laundry water, originally intended to improve washing machine performance, right? That led to basically affordable technology in purification of drinking water. So these are different research that happens in an indirect way to transform completely the world, okay? So let's look at what is a startup, for example, right? A startup is nothing but an organization designed to innovate a new product or a service under conditions of extreme uncertainty, right? So this is something important. A startup is something which is very risky, right, as pointed out by people before. So it is an organization, encompasses mission, vision, strategy, hiring, accounting, finance, operations. So it means a startup is nothing but an organization which has a lot of people tied up with that. It's a management of an organization, right? So in this context, it operates under too much uncertainty. Uncertainty is very heavy in this one because you don't know whether the invention that you have leads to some commercialization, right? So innovation is nothing but invention multiplied by commercialization. That is important. So this implies that having a product, if you just come up with a product, it does not mean that you have a business, because that needs to have a commercialization as well. So who is entrepreneur, right? So anyone who creates a startup is an entrepreneur, basically, right? So this implies that entrepreneur should have a strong appetite for risk taking because he is establishing a startup. So entrepreneur need not create a startup, so she can operate inside established organizations, right? So entrepreneur is typically referred to as entrepreneur because he is working within an organization. Now in addition, an it effectively through Apple. So you see that this entrepreneur definition changes. You need not be an inventor, basically, right? So the Google that you see, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, they also started using some other company to advertise their site in another company's domain, and then this became a big company called Google, right? So you need not be an inventor, by the way. So in entrepreneurship is the process of creating sustainable business, basically. So there are two types of entrepreneurship. One is small and medium enterprise, and then innovation-driven enterprise. So this was touched upon previously. Let's look at this. What is the difference between SME and IDE, right? So SME is nothing but it is local and regional, and invention-driven enterprise is regional and global it can be. So invention is not necessary in SME, and in invention-driven enterprise you have necessary of that innovation. Jobs non-tradable, but here in jobs IDE they are tradable. External capital is not required in SME, but you need for IDE huge investment, right? So the growth is linear in SME, but exponential in IDE. So what you see is here, if you look at why are you interested in entrepreneurship? Because you have a technological breakthrough, you have an idea, or you have a passion. If one of these you have, then you are interested in entrepreneurship, right? In any of these cases at this stage, you may want to simplify and uncover the world of startups and entrepreneurship. Now, growth modes of these two business, that is small and medium-sized enterprise and the IDER. So if you see revenue and jobs in SME, it is linear, but as a function of time. Usually this is not risky, local regional markets are there, and self-funded businesses these are. But if you have invention-driven enterprise, previously the speakers also pointed out, these are risky, even government support that. So whatever I am talking today, previously mentioned, these SMEs and IDs, these are not supported by government at all. These are completely driven by innovation and venture capitalists. So no support from government, and you need to sustain the business, right? So many of the cases where you have a SMEs, where government supports, they die down after some time. Previously speaker mentioned honeymoon period. So many SMEs, they can sustain or they can die down, but if you have an invention-driven enterprise, it will have a huge time where you can have revenues which are negative, you have a risky environment, but once you have a market capitalization and commercialization, then you have an exponential growth, right? So you are much riskier, but it is more ambitious, so rapid growth happens here. But there is a risky period where you have, so how do you want to establish these SMEs and IDE? Not supported by government. In world, there are many people, if you are skilled and if you have innovative product which is unique, then you have people who can basically support in areas of product development. So if you look at India as well, there are something called growth jockey, which basically puts a lot of money in AI transformation in business, etc. So you have Antler, which can help you launch, build, scale your startup. This is a company again in India. So they support your invention-driven disclosures. Okay. So there are various institutions where you have venture capital and incubation centers that are established in India by government. Okay, so if you have an idea, you can approach the organizations like, for example, IIM Ahmedabad or Indian Angel Network, IIM Bangalore. So there are many, IIT Bombay. So there are many IITs where you have incubation centers and you have venture capitalists that can connect you to establish SME or IDE. Okay? So you have corporate venture builders and accelerators that are available in India. So GenNext helps it. Yeah, okay. So, so let me skip some part because I have only 5 minutes now. So let me show you what makes the startup succeed. So you need to have a time, team execution, idea, and business model and funding, right? So you need to enter market in a way that you succeed. So typical examples recently that you have come across in the world are this Airbnb, Instagram, and Uber. But Blinkit is one example, for example, technology-oriented company which really succeeded in India. Within last 5 years, so you will see more and more Blinkit, and you just can research what is the business model of Blinkit. So these are all technology driven. They are not, this is digitally driven where you source a product and sell it from the vendor. Okay? So these are typically the most profitable startups in India. So you see that here there are many names that are there. So we want to now go to the next level, right? So what you see in India is because our computer or basically the computer science companies that, for example, Infosys, Cognizant, TCS, there is a heavy presence of computer industry as such in India, software industry that is available. Using software, workforce people have been able to transform and build companies. So we are now looking at a next stage where we want to shift from this software-based business companies to manufacturing-driven companies. So here comes the basic science where you have nanotechnology, which will help you to basically manufacture in artificial intelligence, semiconductor, etc. that people were discussing before. Okay, so let me tell you what India is trying to do. The government is trying to establish a semiconductor fab. So this means that the semiconductor fabs are not simple things. Semiconductor mission that has been announced by Indian government, establishing a semiconductor fab and producing smartphones that you are using. Because what is the problem of India right now is we are importing heavily everything. The components required for manufacturing or putting together a phone. If it is just assembled in India, it is not just adding value to our Indian economy. So we need to manufacture each part that is being incorporated in the smartphone or computer, which we are not doing. So this is just make in India right now. So we need to go from make in India to invent in India. This will basically transform. So that to do, we need to bring in semiconductor fab. Along with that, to get a huge amount of workforce that we require along with what is that fab. For example, if any of the Tata, for example, enters any city, so along with the Tata company that comes in, you have a huge amount of people who are linked to that business as well coming in, which will transform everything. So our government is doing basically to start a fab, which is very important. This is again a technology driven. No government or no country is ready to help in India. Help
As we move ahead with our next session, we have with us Professor Dr. Shada Prasad Sahu sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Business Administration, Barampur University, to deliver a talk. Please welcome sir on the dais.
A very good afternoon to the revered resource persons of this morning. I express my indebtedness to the organizers for inviting me to this session. In fact, we are all in a valedictory mode now. I have already been instructed to squeeze my talk within 10 minutes. So however, within that, let us brainstorm. As my area is human resource management, so I would like to link it how human capital can be formed to sustain the sustainability in the coming days ahead. When I start my sessions with the newly admitted MBA program, I always ask students about their career ambition. Viksit Bharat 2047 seems to be an utopian concept because moving from a consumer driven to producer driven economy, transitioning from a service to manufacturing economy, and more importantly, converting the demographic opportunities into demographic dividend. These are some of the pressing challenges before the nation. And the time or deadline set is 2047. So it's here to introspect. Without productive, engaged, capable, dynamic youth of the nation, possibly the 2047 mission of Viksit Bharat will be a very pressing or difficult to accomplish. However, in this context, there are two words I will focus on. One is creativity, that was quite highlighted my co-speaker's talk in the last speech, and the second one is achievement motivation. I will give an example of Paris Bakery. You all know what happened to that organization. We all know what happened to a great organization called the founder of Mindtree, one of the co-founders of Mindtree, who committed suicide under immense pressure, debt pressure. And also in India, it is a house to more than 5 lakhs newly established startup companies, out of which 94 unicorns we have. But out of the 5 lakh startup companies, hardly 20% survives what Professor Jena was referring to after the honeymoon period, that means after 5 years. So it's a matter of introspection and examination that how these companies would sustain, because if Blinkit would be hired by or would be absorbed or merged or acquired by Zomato, and similarly Go has been acquired by Make My Trip, and in a similar way, I will give you another example of Pulse News. There are 2 students from Stanford. In our education system, something is missing, that is called a specialized course for engineering, management and other professional curriculum, that's called design thinking. Design thinking is a course which is really missing, and many a time we do not teach our students about that. Many of the advanced business schools and universities of the world, they are now focusing on institutionalizing design thinking among the students. Hasso-Plattner Institute for Design Thinking, which is there in Stanford, it just promotes this same design thinking ability among the students. These 2 boys, one name is Akash Kothari and Ankit Gupta, you can search it in Google. What they have created is Pulse News, but if you go to the background of that, how they have created, and they have received an appreciation of the founder of Apple, Steve Jobs, when they made a market survey, because it suggests that 42% of the startups fail because of a poor inclination of the product and the market. 42% of the startups, they fail. Before we enter into the market, we need to get a feedback from the customers, and Ankit Gupta and Akash Kothari, they have started questioning about people raising the enthusiasm about the Pulse News, a simple question was asked whether Pulse News is there in your iPod, what we call iCloud, or it is there in the Play Store of an Android phone. It means without getting a right customer feedback, the moment we enter into a venture, it will become a big failure. So first one is when we think of creativity and achievement motivation in sustaining the entrepreneurial orientation, first creativity starts with expertise. There are three dimensions to creativity. We call human creativity. First dimension to creativity starts with expertise. We should know the know-how, the technical know-how of something. Without expertise, it is very difficult to penetrate into a particular market. It may be developing a new product, conceptualizing a new service, or it may be thinking of an innovative solution to a particular or to a social or economic or technological problem. Because now convergence is happening everywhere. You will find a pandit in a temple worshipping God and at the same time receiving a mobile phone, fixing up a yajna or puja in another place. Technology convergence with spirituality is happening and it will keep on. Similarly, you will find nowadays in the morning hours you will find lot of channels. People are describing horoscope of others, receiving telephone calls and analyzing through software. These are the business models. I say we call application or platform based economy, but before that they have rightly assessed the market. So expertise is first. Whatever may be, it may be hotel, agriculture, health, education. We all have seen the rise of On Academy and other such kind of platforms post-COVID era. So addressing a particular problem first requires expertise. The second dimensions to creativity is all about motivation. All of you know about a famous basketball player who has always requested his sponsors to enter a particular clause in his contract that is called love for game contract. Love for game contract has always been a part of that basketball player, because anywhere and for any team that player wants to play. So passion, value, identity, recognition, and after all, with my innovation, what I am going to solve is all about the intrinsic motivation attached to an entrepreneur. If an entrepreneur is more guided by the destination, then these are extrinsic values. Extrinsic value driven entrepreneurs are likely to fail than intrinsically motivated entrepreneurs. So the second one, intrinsic motivation, is more important than if we value money for, it is all about the trade-off between journey and destination. Many entrepreneurial ventures fail because they do not have properly assessed the sufferings associated with the journey, and then ultimately they fail. And the third dimensions to creativity is all about imagination. As we know, Albert Einstein once said, knowledge can take us from A to B, but imagination can take us everywhere. So the moment we make imagination, it all means much before Sir Isaac Newton's apple were falling from the tree to the ground, but it was Sir Isaac Newton who thought that why apple is falling towards the ground, and the great discovery of gravity took place. So it is all about the most important intellectual trait of any imaginator, of any innovator, is doubting the obvious. The moment we try to find out a solution to obvious things, most of the pharmaceutical industries, you see, most of the agri-driven industries, you see, they are doubting the obvious things and then finding out solutions. So the third one is imagination. These three factors that will boost the creativity of an individual. Again, at the institution level, because now the thrust is on institutions. Government cannot take all responsibility. Government can set a platform, can provide funding, can establish linkages, but end of the day, it is the citizenship they have to venture, and they have to take that lead. So when we look at engineering, management, professional educations, pharmacy, medical institutions, first we have to promote creative and critical and problem solving ability. Creative thinking and problem solving ability, particularly the design thinking prospect, must be embedded in the curriculum. Friends, when we look at a product, how it was designed, when we enter into a hospital, into a restaurant, how the services are being designed, the moment we look at these operational issues, then definitely there will be other solutions that we will find. Most of the insurance industries you can look at, the insurance industries nowadays in this country. I will give you a beautiful example without quoting the name of the company. I don't want to promote that product, but I just see the beauty of the product. When someone is admitted in a hospital, there is an attendant. The attendant cost is not borne by the insurance company. So a company started with an innovative policy we call daily cash need insurance. Just to think, the moment someone is admitted, if you have taken that policy, then per day rupees 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 depending on the premium, the company will credit in the account of the patient so that the daily cash need requirement can be sorted out. This is how companies are thinking of addressing certain need which has not been covered under a product or a service. So that's how gradual, always we say, the Peter Drucker, a person who was very famous for innovation and entrepreneurship, he wrote a book on the idea of the age of discontinuity that was written by Peter Ferdinand Drucker, in which he has emphasized on the growth of knowledge workers. Who is a knowledge worker? Now, when we say entrepreneurship, the best definition of entrepreneurship in 21st century is all about how maximum people will have maximum control on their life and livelihood. Who controls my life? It is Barampur University. Who controls the life of Professor Gyana Mohanty? It is the Parla Engineering College. Therefore, career management is the responsibility of the institutions which we serve. Career development is the responsibility of the individual. Entrepreneurship is all about how many people will have control on the lives and livelihood that they pursue. People are depending on me. I earn a salary. Therefore, I need to have a strong bondage with my institutions. But the moment I assume that freedom, autonomy, these are my career anchors, we call career anchor. An individual's career anchor, if guided by freedom, autonomy, risk-taking, then that person is known as an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur is necessarily an idea generator, not necessarily a businessman. There is a difference between a businessman and an entrepreneur. Mahatma Gandhi was one of the entrepreneurs because he conceived the idea of relinquishing people from sufferings of oppression, sufferings of exploitation, sufferings from colonial rule, and he became an entrepreneur. So an entrepreneurial thinking is all about generously pursuing. Even the problem does not, the solution does not yield an economic profit. It is not about entrepreneurship all the time. Entrepreneurial mindset is all about venturing into a problem and giving a solution to people, and that solution will generate lasting impact on lives. So creativity, achievement, motivation must remain among individuals to sustain in the future. Promoting service, promoting the manufacturing economy was another dimension. However, time is very short. On some other day, we can discuss on many other issues that relates to what exactly blocks creativity among individuals, why we want to be an executive rather than we want to be an entrepreneur. So a writer is an entrepreneur, a novel writer who is earning money out of selling books, getting royalty. An actor is an entrepreneur who is promoting his or her skill. A painter is an entrepreneur. Pablo Picasso, all of you know, who had entirely changed the basic conventions of painting. Similarly, there are many other people who really have lasting impact on others, not merely engaging themselves or fixing themselves with an institution, rather than creating their own, selling their skills to live a happy and prosperous life. Anyway, the entrepreneurship discourse is an endless debate, but I always say entrepreneurs are made. The convention that entrepreneurs are born with supernatural ability, just like the trait theory of leadership, whether leaders are born or made. This is an undying debate. But we always believe in the concept that as human society will progress, the human race, human civilization will progress. With the evolution of knowledge society, entrepreneurs can also be made through training, exposure, education, and through that spark, that inner spark which we call calling, C-A-L-L-I-N-G, that calling. There is a term called protein orientation. Protein orientation means a person can change his own career as per his own wish. That is what we call an entrepreneurial orientation. So, in the coming days ahead, we must see that India rising and India shining, India prospering. These will certainly happen with all these young minds working together for concretizing or crystallizing the thought of entrepreneurship. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge with us. Next, we are privileged to welcome a highly respected academician, researcher, and leader in the field of mechanical engineering, Dr. Trilochan Raut, sir, Professor and Dean, Faculty and Planning at Parla Maharaj Engineering College, Barampur, Odisha. Dr. Raut completed his B.Tech from VSCCUT Burla, followed by an M.Tech from the Radhaspur University, and earned his PhD from the National Institute of Technology, Rourkela.
Methodology is secondary database, data sources, institutional reports, World Bank, UN.
is nice. So to begin with this August occasion, it is a privilege to invite the dignitaries who have been the guiding force behind ICEVB 2025.
Sir, can you hear the audio clearly? Excuse me, sir.
Today, we have Professor Dr. Amar Kumar Daskar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Mujibur University of Technology, and Sir will be joining all of us virtually. He is a distinguished academician and researcher with over 30 years of experience in the field of engineering and technology. Sir thus has made significant contributions to the development of engineering education, research and innovation in India. His areas of expertise include artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, and he has authored numerous research papers in reputed journals and institutions. Sir will be joining us through virtually.
And I request Amir sir to please kindly share their valuable experience with us.
Is my voice audible? My voice audible? Yeah, okay, okay.
Not audible, sir.
Not, it's audible now. It's audible now. Yeah.
Yes, sir. You can say now. You can say now.
Okay. Okay. I am happy to be a part of this international conference on entrepreneurship and Viksit Bharat, igniting skill and innovation for sustainable development. Parala Maharaja Engineering College, the leadership of Professor C.R. Mahanti as principal, I could see that last couple of years they are doing an excellent job of organizing several programs, truly implementing national education policy in the way of making the students participate, at the same time improving the creative thinking skills and critical thinking skills among the students. When we talk about Viksit Bharat, developed India, in developed India, there are a couple of things which are very important. The first one is like economic growth of the country has to improve. All of us should contribute. The beauty part of our country is you will find more than 50% of like age group is between 25 to 35. That's the beauty part of our country. In other country, you'll find all old, I mean, persons. Like it will be very difficult for them, for they cannot contribute sufficiently for the development of the country. Economic growth is important. Technological upgradation is important. If you depend mostly on the Western country, like if today Microsoft will shut down their Windows, it will be very difficult for all of us. We should have our own digital because Indians are contributing a lot to the development of other countries. In the IT, especially in information technology, Indians are contributing immensely for the development of the entire world because whatever the development takes place in those areas, you find some Indians working there. I had been to Europe, I had been to US. I could see that many of places, either our students or our friends are contributing for the development of IT. Infrastructural development is very, very important. When I'm talking about infrastructural development, it's not only the physical infrastructures, the digital infrastructure is very important. Today, you can see that when there is a war between Ukraine and Russia or Hamas and Israel, you will find that only drones, hardly human beings go there and fight. Only drones. Like in Mahabharata, we have seen that if either Bhishma or Dronacharya, if they, when they fight between the two yodhas, You'll find that one is giving the arrows to the other side, like the way we have, if you send, I mean, like, what is that, drones, then other anti-drone also, they can just see that the drones will not be, fall on the ground and like these are the developments you can see in these days. So it's very important that we need to contribute to the development of this. And next is social empowerment is important and sustainability is important. We have seen that sustainability goals also. Like some of the important messages that from the conference is the future of Viksit Bharat on the fusion of skill and innovation. Without skilled hands and creative minds, progress cannot be possible. Progress cannot be inclusive or sustainable. Similarly, the entrepreneurship is most important. You will find there are more than 90,300 crores we are getting from the startups. So entrepreneurship is very, very important, but entrepreneurship should be ethical, green, and global, focusing not only on the profit but also on the people and the planet. That's very important. The third one is collaboration between academia and industry and government is the cornerstone of sustainable growth. So we need to have collaborations with academia and industries. And finally, that youth empowerment through education and technology is the single most powerful catalyst for a prosperous tomorrow. So I could see there are a lot of, because along with principals, there are a lot of people, a lot of faculty members, a lot of students, they might have involved in making this, making this conference a grand success. I wish the outcome of the conference, definitely it should be recorded and how to implement it and whatever possible from the university side, we are ready to do it. And the possible way we can see that the students learning is very important, that students and the academic community have learned something from the conference. And years to go, definitely PMEC Barampur will, they are all going in the right directions and they will do their best. Thank you very much. I don't have sufficient time. I have to catch my train. So thank you very much for inviting me here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing such valuable and
Hello.
insightful message with every one of us. Thank you, sir. To begin this august occasion, it is a privilege to invite our dignitaries who have been the driving force behind ICEVB 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly rise and join my hands together as we welcome them to the dais. Today we have Professor Dr. Sarakumar Sahu, Dean Students Welfare, Padma Manager Engineering College, ICEVB 2025. And we have, I request Sir to please come up on the dais. Audience, please give him a huge round of applause. I invite Professor Dr. Ranumai Singh Ma'am, co-convener ICEVB 2025, to the conference. Now, I invite Dr. Manisha Chopran Ma'am, Joint Organizer Secretary, ICEVB 2025, to the conference. Ma'am. Now I invite our distinguished chief speaker, Professor Dr. Damodar Janakar, Director R&D, State University, Bhubaneswar, Odisha, to the conference. Thank you, Lily.
To honor our esteemed dignitaries, we now proceed with the presentation of bouquets. May we kindly request our volunteers to present the floral tokens of respect to our distinguished guests.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Now, to mark the official commencement of this bilateral session, may I now invite Dr. Manisha Chaitanya, Joint Organizer Secretary, ICEVB 2025, to present the detailed conference report. Please, ma'am. Esteemed Professor Dr. Anil Kumar Ratu, Vice Chancellor, BPUT, and Chief Guest of the occasion, esteemed Professor Dr. Damodar Jena, sir, Director R&D, University, esteemed Professor Dr. Sarat Kumar Sahu, Principal in charge, PABC, Bangladesh, esteemed Professor Ranumai Singh, Co-Convener, ICEB 2025, esteemed delegates, speakers, participants, and my dear students. Coming to the report of the two-day international conference, the entrepreneurship cell of Palamangata Engineering College organized a two-day international conference on entrepreneurship and leadership Bharat, igniting skills and innovation for sustainable development on the 17th and 18th of October 2025. The primary objective of the conference was to provide a dynamic platform for academicians, researchers, industrial professionals, policymakers, and students to deliberate on the role of innovation, entrepreneurship, and skill development in realizing the vision of Viksit Bharat, a self-reliant and sustainably developed nation. The conference attracted many different submissions from across the country. And after a thorough evaluation, the review committee selected the papers and posted by the students. The conference commenced with the inaugural ceremony of ICEVB 2025 was graced by several distinguished speakers. Professor Dr. Gyanendra Mohanty, convener of ICEVB 2025, delivered the welcome address introducing the theme and objectives of the conference. And Professor Dr. Jitendra Mohanty, principal PABC and patron of ICEVB 2025, in his address emphasized the importance of nurturing entrepreneurial skills and innovative mindset among students. The chief guest, Professor Dr. Omkarnath Mohanty, former Vice Chancellor, BPUT Odisha, commended the college's initiative in fostering academic industry synergy and highlighting the evolving landscape of innovation-led growth in India. The keynote address was delivered by Professor Dr. Sani Sinara, Professor Utkal University. The second eminent keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Prabhakar Sahu, Program Director, NITI Aayog, New Delhi, delivered an insightful talk on the government strategy and initiatives towards sustainable entrepreneurship. The convener of ICEVB 2025 was formally released, and the session concluded with a vote of thanks by Professor Dr. Devashish Mahapatra, Organizing Secretary, ICEVB 2025. The first plenary session theme, Translating Entrepreneurial Vision into Action, Challenges in Execution, was moderated by Professor Dr. Sarat Kumar Sahu, Dean Student Welfare, PNEC. Eminent speakers like Dr. Deepan Sahu, Professor Dr. Ritesh Dubey, Professor Dr. Vairag Chandra Patra, and Dr. Anita Sawant shared their valuable insights on entrepreneurship and innovation. Post-lunch, four parallel technical sessions were conducted in different seminar halls, each focusing on a distinct theme. Participants presented a wide range of research papers, case studies, and conceptual frameworks, posters addressing contemporary issues related to innovation, startups, policy formulation, and sustainable business practices. In the evening, a special session was conducted featuring Professor Dr. Sushmita Mishra, Professor and Associate Dean, Florida International University, USA.
The day concluded with a cultural program, followed by a conference dinner at the guest house, promoting networking and informal interaction among participants. Coming to day two of the event, day two of the conference began with a special session by distinguished speakers like Professor Dr. Narayan Chandra Naik from IIT Kharagpur, Professor Dr. Damodar Jena, Director R&D, Chief University Bhubaneswar. Both speakers offered valuable perspectives on the interdependence of skill enhancement, innovation and entrepreneurship in driving national development. Coming to plenary session 2, the second plenary session theme, bridging mind and market, psychological insights, motivational drivers and research pathways in entrepreneurship, was moderated by Professor Dr. Sudarshan Rao, Dean, Faculty and Planning, PhD. The session features insightful addresses by eminent speakers like Professor Dr. Ganesh K. Rao from Saudi Electronics University, Riyadh, Professor Dr. Ajay Perumal of ICER, Berhampur, Professor Dr. Sada Prasad Sahu from Bharat University, and Dr. Pradeep Sahu, Assistant Director, LSAB, Government of India. The session facilitated an in-depth understanding of the psychological, motivational, and technological dimensions influencing entrepreneurship and innovation. The two-day international conference concluded successfully, and the event reinforced TNUC's commitment to nurturing an ecosystem of creativity, research, and entrepreneurial excellence, aligned with the vision of a Viksit Bharat. The Entrepreneurship Development Cell of Palampur Engineering College continues to play a pivotal role in fostering innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurial thinking among students. Through initiatives like ICEVB 2025, the cell reaffirmed its commitment to promoting skill development and nurturing future leaders for a self-reliant and sustainable nation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a wonderful presentation. The reflection of success, teamwork, and scholarly spirit that ICEVB 2025 has brought together. Leadership is not just about holding a position, it's about vision, dedication, and the ability to inspire. With that thought, we now invite respected Professor Dr. Suratnath Saud Sir, Principal in Charge, PMAC, to address the gathering. Please, sir.
Respected Professor Anil Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Deputy, Professor Dr. Damodar Jena, Director, Development University, dear participants, faculty colleagues, students, volunteers, representatives, good afternoon to all. So this conference truly light up which main theme. So the main theme was entrepreneurship and Viksit Bharat. 1947 to 2047, 100 years. So we are targeting to be a developed nation like China, USA. So these 2 days, there are 4 technical sessions, 2 plenary sessions, 8 special sessions, and many eminent speakers from NIT, IIT, ICER, foreign universities, state universities. They have given their valuable talk on this topic. And we have explored a lot of things over here. We have collected a lot of ideas. So the main outcome of this international conference is to explore these ideas, apply, collaborate each other, and plan for
together. Then they are giving Viksit Bharat. Recently, I visited Gujarat. I saw in every rooftop there is solar panel. I asked the car driver, how much electricity you are paying? He's paying zero. I never pay electricity. So whatever I'm consuming, I'm generating from my rooftop. But whatever Odisha, we are talking about Viksit Bharat. So if one state is doing this, other state is not able to do that. I can find a details of in Gujarat, but in Odisha everywhere you find it. So the transport other things, in one state it is good, but in another state it is not good. So where is the gap? Why in one country, one state is going ahead, and other state is backward? So what is our role? Are they educated, scientists, engineers? So where you should work? So all these things are deeply explained, delivered by the speakers. So I have also attended some session and I was coordinating one their session. So a lot of things we have worked out. So after going from here, what next? We have already contacted many people over here. Maybe we have Pakistan from different countries. So how will collaborate with them? How will make a link among us? So I was working with 18 months fellow yesterday night by 11:30. One student from Uganda. He was a student of Yale University. He said, I'm going for my master degree. So I want one letter of recommendation from you. So I checked his Facebook status, LinkedIn. So he's working in a government job in Uganda. And he wants to do his master in USA. And I asked him why you want a letter from me. There are many professors already working in DIT. And you can collect from them because I changed my college. So I can't give him that same letterhead. So he said, no, sir. That doesn't matter. You taught me the core subjects. And that is my letter of recommendation. So whatever subject you have taught, in that field I am going to work. And you are the suitable person to give that LOI. So how do I made that link with him? Because there in LinkedIn, I am also there in LinkedIn. And he was also there in Facebook. Once he sent request, he will be accepted. So I created link with him. Now he is going to do his MTech and I am going to help him. For his research also, I told him if you need anything else, okay, in the algorithm or implementing, and anything you need, I can also help you. So by this way, we help each other, and this linkage has been created from this type of events like international workshops, conferences, happy development programs, all this. So every year, AICD is providing a lot of conferences and funding for all those things. So you should apply that. Okay, you should apply that. And whatever knowledge you have gathered from here, from this you take any one topic and apply for a FDP or a workshop or a conference to the AICD. And definitely get that. Because everything is linked. Like AI tools solve the things, no? AI also solve the things. Here this guy has been attending international conference. He will check your biodata. Okay? So these conferences are very much useful for your careers. Okay? So finally I would like to thank the organizing committee, the coordinator, Professor Janardhan Mahani sir and Professor Devashish sir for their tireless efforts. I'm seeing for past 15 days how sir was busy getting up from 7 a.m. to till night 9 p.m. Sir, we need this, we need that. Okay. And we are very happy on behalf of principal. I would like to congratulate you
it's not your success only, it is success for college. When you apply for MBA or NAC or NAC ranking, there are how many international companies you are selected. And again, I think 112 papers we have received. So it's a huge number. Because every day many companies are applying and getting a paper is very challenging. So getting such big number is also a success. Okay? So, and I would like to thank our volunteers, our smart, very energetic guys, okay, supporting day and night for this conference. Okay? And I also like to thank the participants, paper presenters, getting involved with this conference for these 2 days, gathering knowledge, and in future we will be having a good network with us and we'll be working together. That I am expecting from this. Okay? So thank you all for your participation, and finally I would like to wish you a safe journey back home. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such valuable words. Now, I invite the chief speaker for the dedication session, Dr. Damodar Jina, sir, to address today's meeting. Please, sir.
Respected Dr. Amul Kumar Kato, online. On the dais, Dr. S.K. Saul, Dr. Manisha Chopra, Dr. Renumai Singh. Of the dais, it will take much time to take name, but at least I should mention the name Dr. Jana, which is my younger brother. Select to him for his energy and can say the politeness to reach out to different categories of people you can see from UPI to this. To his credit, thank you very much for giving me this. I feel happy useless in this forum. Already I have spoken as a speaker, but fine. I'll not speak much, but you can speak more. See, there is a saying in India, Brahmano ko satisfy kariya bhai doctor. There is a saying in India, doctor jete chale, as a Brahmin, not taking otherwise even, those who are Brahmin. So doctor dala pare je karo out of अधिकार मिलता है. Out को क्या देख ले तो जब जैसे कोई नहीं out को क्या कोई नहीं हो. Similarly, the people like researchers like me, whatever is being, we feel like okay, let me extra, we expect it to extra. So my 2 minutes point would be my suggestion what actually we do or what we expect at the end of the seminars of this kind. That I will reflect upon this. If not possible here, for all the points out, I will mention what we do. At least 1 or 2 possible things will be there out of 3-4 outputs what we expect at the end of the seminars of this kind. At least for subsequent conferences, we should plan well in advance. 3 things we cannot do now. Already whatever happened. But 3 things we can do even whatever we done. And just reflect 2 things. What we take away from this, I have already mentioned, I will not repeat that. In terms of output, because when I think Professor Amir knows from AISP when he was there, and today he is in a different legacy level. He knows that we actually in university we discuss methods on that. As you know that review committee comes, they don't see only how many events you conducted. They say what are the outputs you have generated subsequent to that. So one of the outputs which is very easy to do is the conference proceedings. Conference proceedings what Madam has already written, but you have written here spoke about this topic. If you expand a little bit and discuss and comment on that, you can add 2 more lines logically you can mention. Then there will be conference proceedings put with some romantic photos with all panels, then audience, then it will come conference proceedings. That is doable. My request is that you can do so. Second is will be different. We have to review the policy, bring the this thing that will be little different. May not be doable, but my suggestion can be kept for future. Last but not the least, which is doable. As Sir has mentioned, 112 petals have come. You can select at least 20 petals out of 112. Little bit editing will go, and you can take editors from this knowledge or invite editors from outside. Adding to that, at least 20 30 petals out of 112. You may not have 112 in from the half or 2 page, 3 page, but you can make a format, ask them to rewrite and give in this format. Maybe for at least one semester and thereafter, you can get a edited book. Ask some of the publishers here if you have any kind. Otherwise, even they can even money they can give you some. So, oh, then very good. So these are the things usually we do whenever we take up any study or any conference of this type. So thank you very much. I don't think I should speak anything more than that because we are only empty stomach. Papa. So any empty stomach can do anything. So in that way, I am stopping here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such graceful words. And now comes the most awaited part of this afternoon, the prize distribution ceremony.
Indeed, recognition is the greatest motivation. We now request our dignitaries on the stage to kindly do the honors of distributing prizes to the winners of various events and sessions of ICEVB 2025. First, I request Professor Dr. Sarat Kumar Sahu Sir, Principal in Charge, PMEC, to give the prize to the winners. And for the first competition is poster making. And the third prize goes to Principal Priyanshu Mishra.
For presenting the award, I request Dr. Sarat Kumar Sahu Sir to please felicitate our winners. I also request all of the degrees to please join the ceremony.
The second prize goes to Snehasis Das. The first prize goes to L. Yogeshwar Rao Acharya.
Congratulations, winners. Now moving on with the paper presentation award on the theme of artificial intelligence, technology, and digital transformation in entrepreneurship. The best paper presenter award goes to Nina Martin. Audience, we give a warm round of applause to her. As she is now present here. Moving on with the theme Policy government innovation support visual world and case studies. For this theme, we have the best paper presenter award, rather is Dr. Shashanta Kumar History. Moving on with our second theme on skill development and future capital formation, the best paper presenter award goes to Dr. Kabir Prasad. the different entrepreneurship ecosystem and innovation for Viksit Bharat, the best paper presentation presenter on this theme is National Bharat. With this, we end the prize distribution ceremony. Congratulations to all our winners and thank you everybody for doing the presentation. Now I invite Dr. Damodar Janasar to felicitate Principal in Charge, Professor Dr. Sorry for the inconvenience, sir. Now I request Damodar Janasar to felicitate the co-convener of ICEVB, Dr. Ramanan Sinha. Sorry for the inconvenience. I invite Dr. Damodar Janasar and Dr. Professor Karat Kumar Sahu sir to felicitate Dr. Manisha Kulkarni ma'am, the Joint Organizing Secretary of ICEBB 2025. Thank you, everybody. As we approach the conclusion of this wonderful journey, it's time to express the heartfelt gratitude. With this, I invite Professor Dr. Ramnath Sinman, co-convener of ICEBB 2025, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please, ma'am.
Respected President, Professor Dr. Abdul Vice Chancellor, Security, Rajla, Guest of Honor, Professor Dr. Damodar Jana, Director, R&D, Field University, Professor Sarat Kumar Sahu, Principal Minister, Recruiting, PMC, my new colleague, Dr. Manisha Chakra, Joint Organizing Secretary, SPECG 2025, esteemed delegates, speakers, guests, presenters, participants, and my dear brothers. On behalf of the organizing committee, I sincerely thank each one of you for making ICE EB 2025 a grand success. Your presence, valuable insights, and active participation have made this conference truly engaging. A special thanks to our chief guests and guests of honor for their inspiring addresses and to our patron, Professor Dr. Sutaranjan Mahathi, Principal PNC, for his constant support. I also extend my gratitude to all speakers, participants, and organizing team for their hard work and dedication. A special thank to all the student coordinators, volunteers for their hard work and dedication. For enthusiasm and contribution have made this event memorable. Thank you all and we wish you have a safe journey. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those warm words. And with that, we come to the end of this memorable ride session of ICEBB 2025. It's been 2 days of learning, sharing, and growing together.
On behalf of the entire organizing committee, we extend our sincere thanks to all the dignitaries, speakers, participants, and volunteers who have made this conference a resounding success. Thank you everyone for being a part of ICEBB 2025. Wishing you all success there. Have a pleasant evening and safe journey back home.
Thank you, everyone.
One important announcement, all are requested to join us at the guest house for launch, and certificates will be distributed here after lunch. Here we will distribute certificate after lunch. All are cordially requested to join with us at the launch at guest house. And volunteers, volunteers, I request you after lunch you come to this room. You must be in this room after the lunch. Okay, thank you. Thank you.